was doing those basic actions, but there was no sleep or 1, 2, 3. Body was doing minimal activities to keep itself alive, but I was completely out. So after 9 months, see, the last moment I remember was 2000 January 1st till evening. After that, I can recollect is only the 2000 Diwali, almost 9 months after. Only on the Diwali day, 9 or 10 months. On the Diwali day evening, between 4:30 to 6, I saw very clearly as a motherly, healing, compassionate, loving, Kali energy landed into the body, and the first word came out in Tamil language, Anandamaga irungal. After almost 9 to 10 months gap, that was the first word, just like a cracker, explosion, it came out. After that, a few words have started getting formed, then few sounds, then the coherent expression of words started happening. I think by next April, means 2001 April, the free coherent speech has started. So Diwali is the auspicious day Mother Kali gave rebirth to this body, and this is the day the world was blessed with that beautiful blessing, be blissful. Even now, I always see, if that word comes out as a blessing, that's it. Whatever the person is asking, such a strong space is created as a blessing for that person, and I can say it's a real tathastu. It happened. I was nearing Arunachala. So I was staying in a place near Kanchipuram. I was able to move my hands and legs little coherently. So the body was going in a bus, the public transport, to Arunachala. Please understand, all this without any words inside. Just the vague memory only I have. Kalbhairava was moving the body. Maybe the eyes saw Arunachala from the distance in the bus. Bus has entered the Arunachala's energy field. I saw after 5 to 6 minutes, suddenly that Kali's energy landed in the body and the word came out. I can say that is the rebirth.
after that powerful session from Swamiji about what exactly is that space of being Devi, the key to the ultimate liberation. We all have that component within each and every one of us, which is eternal. When we recognize that, when we start more and more associating with that, that is the key thing. We all have all the 5 elements, all the 5 dimensions within us. We have the length, breadth, depth, time, and space dimension. It is about how much you associate with which one. Are you going to associate yourself more and more with the length, breadth, and depth? Or are you going to associate with your space dimension, that dimension of you that is reflecting Paramashiva? When we associate more and more with the length, breadth, and depth, we are affected by all things length, breadth, and depth. But when we are able to associate ourselves as space, when we are recognizing that space component within us and within each and every object around us, we really experience Paramashiva. In that space, now we are going to be entering into the power manifestation session. Today's power manifestation is going to be a very powerful working with the alchemy products. So why exactly these alchemy products? We have many different types of alchemy products like the mirror, the granite slab, the banyan tree leaf, and various other alchemy products. Swamiji reveals that these mirrors, etc., are spiritual alchemy products and they do not need any maintenance. They're exactly like a deity. How if you have a deity, it will respond to you. They will hold that ultimate divine, that space component, reflecting it to you so that you can recognize it. Swamiji says spiritual alchemy products work on your neurological system and percolates your whole body, your whole system to become your reality completely. It literally works on the brain grooves in your brain. Mirror is the first level that we have. And then we move on to the granite slab where we can ultimately see even the Akashic records. And it's such a powerful power, really, because like in the Gurukul, we used to get the granite slabs. For us, literally, the granite slab was how we have the modern day computers, calculators. For us, literally, the granite slab was like that. So if we write our exam, we would take the granite slab to the exam and we would just see all the answers in the Krishna Shila and the granite slab and we would write it down exactly like that. So originally we had gotten huge slabs that were quite thin. And they all, just through the power of the power manifestation, it would break. Swamiji says that actually when you do the power manifestation consistently, your entire slab will just disintegrate into powder. So after that, Swamiji had said, and they started getting that thick granite slabs. Granite, as you know, it's one of the hardest stones available. And that granite itself, through the power, can just disintegrate the more and more when you are using it. Let us see the Shastra Pramana for the power of alchemy products. This is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34, Dharana 11. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso dardhyat lakshaye lakshyamuttamam. Paramashiva reveals, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center, Kapalantar, Mano, Nyasa, sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed, Nilita Lochana. In succession, Kramena, by that stability of the mind and inner space, the Dridhatva, that Dardhyat, Manaso Dardhyat, as Paramashiva reveals, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, the ultimate goal, the Uttama Lakshyam, having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of pure oneness with the source Paramashiva. As Paramashiva is so powerfully revealing, when that stability of the mind and inner space happens, that's the key point. That when there is nothing that can shake your firm resolve that yes, I am eternal, because you are associating yourself. You are viewing yourself only from the cognition of space. Somebody says when a small nail break can just shake that belief you have, when that cannot be shaken by anything happening, by not a single thought disturbing you, that is when the power manifestation happens. As an Apta Pramana for this power, we beautifully see from the life of Meenakshi during the time where Meenakshi was ruling the entire Madurai Samrajyam. It was a highly advanced Vedic civilization that manifested and lived the science of power manifestation. So we have many questions coming up many times from the anti-Hindus, anti-Guru Hindus, and even Hindus who do not know that if our ancient Hindus knew everything, why did they not make trains? Why did they not make cell phones? If they had the so-called Sarvajñatva power, why did they not make all these things? That time was the time of where power manifestation was a lifestyle. In Meenakshi's time, there were no TVs the way we understand it today. There was just a granite slab on the wall. Whenever Meenakshi had some presidential address for the kingdom, she would go in front of the granite slab in the temple, which was at the time her court, and instantaneously through the Shaktipada, through the power manifestation, would appear in the granite slab of every person in Madurai, which they had in their house. And this is how she used to communicate without any sort of external circuit or electricity, just through the power of the third eye. In Swamiji's own life, we see how when one time when Swamiji was sitting with his guru, Ram Surat Kumar, and an ardent devotee had come for asking for enlightenment. And in the process of that, in a mirror, with the help of Mauna Swami Narayana Swami, one of Swamiji's gurus, who was famous in Tiruvannamalai for manifesting this power, showed him a certain incident, a certain scene happening in his house where his wife was having an affair with someone. And this agitated the man, but with the intense feeling connection he had, he settled down. Later, when he went home, he saw really nothing had happened because the only attachment he had was with his wife. But so clearly, he was able to show a scene in the alchemy product. So now, we are all also going to be manifesting this exact power of seeing through the alchemy products. So to start the preparation, I want to request each and every one of you to get all the items necessary for the whole power manifestation, okay? So we are going to be having a mirror. You can start with getting a mirror or a Krishnashila. So I want to just let everyone know, if you have an energized alchemy product already, you can use it for the manifestation. If you do not already have an energized alchemy product, today during the darshan, you can keep the alchemy product and Swamiji himself will energize it. So if you do not have an alchemy product, you can sit and just do the manifestation rounds through your third eye. If you do have an alchemy product, please get it. If you have any mirrors that are already energized, you can get it. Keep it with you, wipe it clean, put the Jnana Anjana or any Aushadas on it, whether it's the turmeric, the sandalwood paste, the Vibhuti, the Basma, the Kumkum, which has been energized by Swamiji himself. You can apply it like a thick layer, like almost like a screen on top of it. Now the most important part. Before we start the power of seeing through the alchemy products, the most important thing to start with is to have the darshan of Swamiji in the alchemy product. So let's say we're using a mirror on the Aushadha. Now, each and every one of us will start with having the darshan of Swamiji. You're going to start by intensely connecting to Swamiji and requesting Swamiji, manifesting Swamiji's Vishwarupa Darshan. Any form may appear for you. but it will be very clearly Swamiji's form. Exactly as you see it. Right now, you're seeing this slide on your screen. The same clarity, even more clarity than that. You'll be able to see it on the mirror. Swamiji's clear form will appear. Connect to Swamiji. Just bow down to Swamiji's form when he appears. Start chanting the Mahavakya intensely. The first round, we're all going to be focusing on getting the darshan of Swamiji.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Can open your eyes and you can share what is that experience of Paramashiva, of Swamiji. What form did Paramashiva appear as his Vishwarupa for you in the alchemy product? In further rounds today, we are going to be doing many more intense power manifestations, where you'll be able to manifest the power of remote vision, Akashic readings, etc., just through the alchemy product. Now, we are going to be entering into the next session, where Swamiji beautifully reveals the higher truths on the ultimate Samadhi, that Sayujya Samadhi, being one with Paramashiva. Let us now hear the higher powerful cognitions on Sayujya Samadhi.
Understand, purpose of human consciousness is to manifest my being. Your body, mind, consciousness, everything is hardwired, programmed, created for manifesting my being. Anything you think as your priority other than manifesting my being is delusion. You manifesting my being, making the world manifest my being is the only priority. Understand, the universe came into existence by my will just to celebrate all of us. The togetherness, which is the depth of oneness, oneness which is not falling into any delusion, even if that oneness becomes multi-level universes, beings, existence. Oneness never gets broken. Oneness never becomes multiple reality. Oneness never gets deluded. Undeluded, undiluted, absolute oneness remains as oneness, even though the multiple universes are appearing. Multiple human beings, multiple levels and layers of different beings, multiple time zones, everything does not delude oneness. I manifested myself as multi-level, multi-dimensions of the universe, and listen, I manifested myself as many for all of us to enjoy everything together. Togetherness is not anti-oneness, it is intense oneness. Intense oneness is togetherness. In microscopic level, reality of oneness in the macroscopic level, reality of multiplicity continues to remain rooted in oneness. When you go to the microcosmic level, it's pure oneness. When you go to the macrocosmic level, it is infinity. The infinity and oneness is same. Oneness is celebrating itself as infinity in multiple ways. When I manifest Paramashiva's being in you, neurologically, you will feel absolute unclutching. Emotionally, you will feel absolute completion. In your reality, you will be manifesting all powers of Paramashiva. In your being, I myself will manifest with my own identity. Your identity, empowered by my identity, is your real identity. Your identity feeling separated from my identity is powerlessness, delusion. Your identity empowered by my identity, your identity empowered by my identity as the source of your identity is manifesting my being. Your identity is not against me and my existence. Your identity complements my being. When you understand your identity complements my being, you experience absolute surrender, love, powerfulness, oneness, cosmic enlightenment. Oneness with Mahasadashiva. I'll share with you all some of the most important sacred secrets. The way Sadashiva exists, the way you exist. If you understand this sacred secret, you will simply know your existence and Sadashiva's existence is in oneness. Understand? As long as you don't understand the truth of Sadashiva's existence and the truth of your existence, both will be separate. Both will be different, sometimes even opposite. As long as there is separation, as long as there is gap, as long as there is duality, contradiction, conflict, confusion continues to exist. If understanding about his existence comes to place, and understanding about your existence comes to place, you will know both are in oneness. All struggle is ignorance. Understand? If you have cracked the code, nothing is struggle in the universe. Universe does not believe in struggle. Mahadeva himself is Bholenatha. Understand, he is a Bholenatha, and he made this universe for the people who are Bholenathas. He did not make this universe for complicated people. No. He made it for the people who are Bholes. Understand? For example, understand this example. A light. Take it for example, sun. Sun reflecting on the mirror. If the mirror is pure, mirror will reflect the sun as it is. The reflection inside the mirror feels it is sun itself. I will not say it is a crime. It is okay because there is no other damage done to the reflection because of the mirror. It is literally the pure reflection. But if the mirror is broken, the reflection cannot feel it is pure reflection of the sun. It is a distorted reflection of the sun. Listen. Sun is there and the mirror is there. Sun is Sadashiva, the pure superconsciousness. The mirror is the system you are carrying. Physical, physiological, psychological, all put together. The system you are carrying is the mirror. Sun is the pure consciousness, Sadashiva. If your system is not broken, the reflection feeling, it is Sadashiva himself, is not wrong. Because there is no other component involved. You exist as sun exists. You don't exist when the sun does not exist. If the sun moves, you move. If the sun stays, you stay. So reflection in the pure mirror, feeling it is Sadashiva himself, is neither wrong nor completely reality. Surely it is not reality. Only when the reflection goes back to the source, it is one and the same. But reflection in the unbroken mirror, feeling it is sun, is not wrong. The reflection in the broken mirror cannot feel it is sun because the other components are involved. The other components are involved. Understand? The moment the mirror is broken, reflection is distorted.
sun may be round, but the reflection will be, you don't know. It is dependent on the distortion in the mirror. Understand? Most of our body, physical, physiological, psychological, has become distorted. That is why the integrity seems to be so difficult and cheating seems to be so easy. The reflection in the distorted mirror, if that reflection starts behaving, it is Sadashiva. No, that's not going to work. But the reflection in the pure mirror can behave as Sadashiva, can manifest Sadashivatva, can play the Sayujya Mukti of Sadashiva, oneness with Sadashiva, because there is no other component involved other than the sun in that. But the moment distortions happen in the mirror, now it's no more possible. It's no more possible. Listen. You can see these photographs and try to understand the pure reflection and distorted reflection. Understand? Our body, physical, physiological, psychological. Please listen. Not only your blood, flesh, bone are all matter, even your thoughts are matter. Your thoughts do have a weight, maybe micromilligram, but they have weight. They are mass, they are matter. Your body, physical, physiological, psychological. When the mirror you carry, see your physical, physiological, psychological, all the three put together only, I call as the mirror you are carrying. The mirror you carry, when it is broken, distorted, disturbed, the reflection will not be pure. You need to heal that. Aushadha is the herbal combination of herbs, prana, cosmic force energies, ultimately the Shaktipada of Sadashiva. Combination of all this is Aushadha. When it is used as prescribed by the Agamas, Shastra Pramana and Apta Pramana and Atma Pramana, they heal the mirror you are carrying. They heal the mirror you are carrying. The more the mirror is healed, the more the reflection becomes pure. more the reflection becomes pure, more Sadashivatva manifests. Understand? It all boils down finally to the integrity to the source. If the mirror is not distorted, it is integrated to the source. More distortion, more lack of integrity.
न तत्र चक्षुर्गच्छति न वाग्गच्छति नो मनः न विद्मो न विजानीमः यदैतदनु शिष्यात् अन्यदेव तद्विदिदात् अथो अविदिदात् अथि इति शुश्रुम पूर्वेषां येनस्तत् व्याचक्षिरे. Let me read out the translation. There the eye goes not, the speech goes not, nor the mind and the intellect. We do not know, we do not understand how that reality, consciousness can be taught. It is distinct from the known, as it is far beyond man's finite objective nature. That is what the mind, eyes, ears or speech, the senses can perceive, and it is beyond the unknown, as it can be known by man's divine infinite subjective nature. Thus we have heard from the ancient masters who revealed and explained that to us. Listen. The moment I read this verse, I had one experience flashing in me which happened in my life in 1995. I'll narrate the whole thing, listen carefully. After I had the darshan of Shankar Baba in Haridwar, who came and gave me food, medicine and cured me, I was completely hale and healthy, blissful, running all over the Haridwar, enjoying. Suddenly one day evening I heard the news that one Swami Vairagyananda, Ramakrishna's Dharmapatni, Ardhangini, Sharada Devi's disciple. Sharada Devi should be called as Dharma Samvartini, not Dharmapatni. Dharmapatni is a too small word. Dharma Samvartini. She rolled the Dharma Chakra of Ramakrishna. Her disciple, her own initiated disciple, Swami Vairagyananda, I have heard about him. I have even had his darshan earlier. I heard that he is in hospital, really ill and need to be attended. There is a hospital in Kankal. The land was given by Mahanirvani Akkada to Ramakrishna Mission, and Ramakrishna Mission built the hospital and maintaining it. In 17 places, Mahanirvani Akkada has given land to Ramakrishna Mission. Kashi, Haridwar, major places of India, many places, Mahanirvani Akada is given to Ramakrishna Mission. And so I ran to the hospital. I had the opportunity of serving him. The best punya this body has ever earned is serving the elderly sadhus, especially when they are sick. Cleaning up their one, two, without feeling hesitation or any of the so-called emotions, treating them properly. By the time I went and started attending to him, he was not able to go to restroom. He used to have everything in the bed itself, and I used to clean, take care, and he has developed little bed sores, and I used to attend to that. That is my passionate, sir, what to say that. The best thing I enjoyed in my life is taking care of elderly sadhus. I will always be there when there is elderly sadhus who are not well, who need to be attended. I was attending to him. I had the fortune of attending to him for few days continuously. He was so happy the way I took care of him. And he is a Mahatma. Mahatma means I can see clearly the internal organs are failing, but the beaming joy in his face. Even at that time, he will not lie down flat. He will say, hey, only bogis lie down flat, never yogis. His internal organs are failing. He may be alive maximum next 24 hours or 48 hours, not more than 2-digit hours. The voice, hey, Koka. Koka is the Bengali word to address a kid or a child. He used to call me as Koka Maharaj. Koka. In Tamil it's a bad word, so don't use. Koka Maharaj, make me sit. I have to drag him a little up so that he is at least in the slanting position. I just had one idea happening. What I can learn from him at this situation? What should I learn from him at this situation? The person of this caliber, tapasvi. The moment I had this flow, kind of a thought current, not exactly thought current, kind of a current, he just opened his eyes and, Koka, listen. If you enjoyed only 5 senses related pleasures, when that 5 senses cannot function anymore, you will fall in depression. Because life will feel empty. Then, if you enjoyed only kind of a thinking, the intellectual pleasures, like scientists, mathematicians, logicians, when that logic is failing, the powerful logic is giving way, you will fall into depression. He was narrating beautifully. Listen carefully. First listen. He was telling, if you are all the time hooked on to the TV, when your eyes fail, you will fall into depression. If you are all the time hooked on to the music, if your ears fail, you will fall into the depression. If you are all the time hooked on to the tongue, when your tongues fail, you will fall into depression. If you are all the time hooked on to physical pleasures, when your body fails, you will fall into depression. If you are all the time into these intellectual debates and brain candy, when that fails, you will fall into depression. Even if you have developed only the power of repeating the name of the God Japa, when your logic slowly fails, you will not be able to do that, you will fall into depression. If you have visualized and meditated on God, when your visualization is getting dull, you will fall into depression. You will not be able to hold anything. He was describing step by step. He said, throughout my life, I developed to rest in that pure, unclutching space and my integrity to my Guru. So even though one by one my senses have failed, my intellect is failing, my ability to remember is failing, my visualization is failing, my emotions are failing, all that is failing. But because my whole life I developed the strength of resting in my pure completion and unclutched space, or pure questioning, whatever I say, that Advaita Nirvikalpa Samadhi, now I am simply resting into it. Beyond that is my integrity to my Guru, which is holding me from the bottom. So I just know I am relaxing in right space. There is no depression. There is only joy. This is what you can learn from my life as lesson. See, in your brain, if the salt level in your food and blood, the salt level goes down or creatinine level goes up. Please understand. If creatinine level goes up or the salt level goes down significantly, both will make you lose, your brain will lose its ability to remember and connect. So even if you develop the habit of japa, at one time you can fall into depression, because it will not be helpful when your brain collapses, loses its ability to connect and remember. The best thing you should develop in your system is your ability to be in the space of unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the space of Sadashivoham, the space of perpetual completion, space of Sahaja Samadhi, space of Nithyanandoham. Whatever different words I may use, I mean only that space, which is technically called by Sadashiva as Sayujya Samadhi or Sadashivoham or Nirvikalpa Samadhi by Patanjali. Nirbija Samadhi by Shankara. You should develop only that space, and that space also will give way at one point. Then the space you will fall is the integrity with Guru. Understand? That is the last space you will fall. After that, you can't do anything. That hand has to just take you in and digest you. Understand? Compromise on anything, not on integrity with Guru.
You all understand the science of Sayujya Samadhi that Swamiji just explained and revealed to all of us. This is one of the most important aspects that Swamiji addressed. Sayujya Samadhi means where we are literally merging into oneness with the divine. And literally where you are attaining, like physically, you are just becoming one with the divine. And Sayujya Samadhi leads us to the highest experience of Samadhi, leads us to having the highest knowledge, the best experience of Samadhi. And please understand, one of the most important aspects, multiple aspects of the divine is to experience that completion, that fulfillment, and to merge. All the life in planet Earth happens for this reason. For all of us to merge in oneness with the divine. For all of us to connect, gain that experience with the divine. Now, I request all of you to do one thing, right? Can I request each of you to post an understanding of what do you think? What do you understand from what Swamiji revealed? Can I request each of you to please post? Great. Yes, can I request each of you to post, please? Sanjay Oriya, for these alchemy products, you can get Most of these alchemy products have been energized by Swamiji. Swamiji himself gives Indian Bidadi during the program's time. Right now, unfortunately, because we don't have that physical ecosystem, you can get mirror today and turmeric or sandalwood powder today. You can get your mirror, some mirror which you'll use only for power manifestation purposes, energized, and that can be used. So alchemy products, you can create one in your own house. So you can bring it at the point. You can during the darshan today. Please do bring it. Sorry, you you can get it energized and you can use. Maswat Lee Tan. Maswat Lee Tan. It will be attended to, ma. You will hear the response. The team will reach out to you. You can also call the person you are in touch with from Kailas's Ministry of Department of Human Services. So please, you can reach out to them. But from our side also, we will be attending to it. But don't worry, Pada Puja will be starting very, very soon, actually. So we'll be attending to it. Just stay tuned with us. All right. So now I have something very exciting for all of you. See, ultimately, for us to manifest the space of Sayujya, right? One of the most important aspects is experiencing the Kundalini awakening. And now we're all going to be doing a very powerful Kriya, which is going to be working directly on awakening our Kundalini and helping us connect directly with the divine. So, shall we all start? First, we are going to be listening to the video where Swamiji is himself revealing the technique. Right after that, we will be having an Acharya who will guide us through the Kriya, and I request all of you to sincerely do the Kriya along.
Let me define Kundalini exactly, especially for the sake of newcomers. Kundalini is an extraordinary inner potential energy which is in every human being. Once awakened, not only can bring tremendous physical health and mental health and emotional fulfillment, can bring extraordinary powers, can manifest extraordinary experiences and powers in your personality, extraordinary joy in your personality. Please understand, when systematically awakened, it can add to extraordinary power, strength, energy. I'll now initiate all of you into this powerful Yan Kriya, which is a direct process for awakening the Kundalini. Before this Kriya, at least 10-20 minutes, don't eat or drink anything because your body needs to be a little free. Let me enter into the Kriya initiation. Please understand. I'll give you the instruction now. Don't do now. We'll start next. The first step. Please understand. It is one of the most powerful, sacred secret from the Saraswati civilization directly. I do not know how many thousands of years before this secret was discovered and evolved to awaken the intense inner potential energy of your body and alter the very basic unit of your body, which you may call as a DNA or molecular or genetical system, whatever you call it, to alter the whole thing for good. Now I am making this science available to you all after doing thorough scientific study and observation. And I tell you, no side effect, no negative effect, only side effect is health and bliss. Do it with courage and sincerity. My only request is, if you already have any serious heart conditions, hypertension, high blood pressure, other serious illnesses, then don't do. Just sit and sit with restful awareness in this presence. When others are doing this kriya, that is enough, because your bio-memory is very intelligent. It catches the high frequency and energy even while others create it. This is what I call passive kriya, like a passive smoking. How a passive smoking also affects a person who is not directly smoking, same way passive kriya also brings health to you. If you are sitting around the people who are levitating, if 7 people are levitating in the group where you are sitting, I guarantee within 21 days your body will catch levitation.
Nithyananda, let us all now get ready to do the Kriya. I request all the participants, every one of you, to please settle down. Like Swamiji said, please do not drink or consume anything for some time. I request everyone to settle down. This is a very, very powerful Kriya. Actually, what this will do is, this will directly work on awakening your Kundalini. And it will give you the experience of Sayujya Samadhi. In the first step, you're going to be sitting. I request everyone, this consists of 7 steps. And I request each one of you to please sit.
Now please sit straight. We are now going to be guiding the steps, and we are going to be having Ma Shambhava, who is going to be conducting the Kriya, demonstrating the Kriya and showing it to all of us. Please sit straight. Inhaling through one nostril, left, and exhaling through right. Then inhaling through the right and exhaling through the left. Please do this 11 times. Please start. Sit straight. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Inhale through your left and exhale through your right nostril. Again, inhale through your right nostril and exhale through your left nostril. Please do this 11 times. Please start. Inhale as slow Inhale as slowly as possible and as deeply as possible. Exhale as slowly as possible and as deeply as possible. Just relax, sit straight, and bring your awareness to your breathing and do this. Let us now move to the second step. We are now going to be doing Bhastrika. Please listen carefully and kindly follow along. Bhastrika means pull your lower abdomen in and up. You will automatically exhale. Just focus on pulling your abdomen in and up. We'll have Ma Shambhava demonstrate it for us now. Just exhale forcefully. Pull your stomach in and up and exhale. Just keep focusing on exhaling. Automatically inhalation will happen, but let your focus be fully on exhaling. Please do this 21 times. Now, let us move to the step number 3. Inhale as slowly as possible. And hold the lungs full as long as possible. Exhale as slowly as possible. Hold the lungs empty as long as possible. This whole thing is one cycle. I request everyone to do this now. Inhale as slowly as possible, as deeply as possible. Now, hold the lungs full of air as long as possible. Once you're not able to hold it anymore, then you can exhale. And once you exhale, hold your lungs empty as long as possible. Even your exhalation should be extremely slow. Do this whole cycle 21. Now, let's all move to the next step. Please lock your hands and the senses. Your thumb should be on your ears. We'll have Ma Nithyananda showing us the step now. Lock your ears with your thumb. Your index and middle finger on the eyes. Ring finger on your nostrils and the little finger on the lips. Please follow along as Ma Shambhava is showing it to us. Thumbs on your ears, your index and middle finger on the eyes, ring fingers on the nostrils, little fingers on the lips. Now, suddenly block all the five senses, including breathing. After some time, you will feel the suffocation where you feel like you cannot hold it anymore. You will feel as if you're going to faint. Then relax your nostrils and allow the body to balance. Just freeze everything, including your eyeballs. Freeze all the senses. Your thumb should lock your ears. And the index finger and middle finger should lock your eyes. Ring finger should block your nostrils. And your mouth should be closed with a little finger on it. Just freeze. Block all the five senses, including breathing. When you're not able to hold it anymore, relax. Please do this now for next 21 times. You comfortably for 21 times. Touch all your senses and hold it for next as long as possible until the time you almost feel like suffocating. Till then, please freeze all your senses. Now, let us all move to the next step. We are now going to be moving to the next step, where you're going to just intensely hum. Continue holding the same mudra, where your hands, the thumb is in your earlobes, and your index and middle finger are on the eyes. Your ring finger is in the nostril. Little finger is on the lips. Hold the same thing and you're going to intensely hum. Just the intense humming. I hope all of you have finished the previous step. Now just sit and intensely do the humming. Please start. Just sit and intensely do the humming. Just hum. Please do the humming. spirit. Connect with the Guru's energy. Receive it fully and empty it down to the earth, where you become a channel for the energy to flow through you. And to do this, you're going to be sitting on your knees and you're going to raise your hand high, receive the energy, and you're going to be letting the energy to pass to the Mother Earth. This is called a Shakti Dharana. You're going to do this 7 times. Receive the energy and bend down and let the energy settle into the ground. We'll have Ma Shambhav demonstrating it now. Please sit like how Ma Shambhava is sitting. Raise your hand, look up and receive the energy of the Guru. Let it flow through all your chakras. Let it fill you. Become the channel for that energy. Bend down to the ground and let the energy pass to the Mother. Repeat this cycle 7 times. Again, get up, receive energy. Now, just please sit down, close your eyes. In this step, please settle down. I request everyone to please sit down. Now create a strong pressure on the nostrils and ears, and as much as you can on the eyes. Just hold it as long as you can. Create a strong pressure on your nostrils, ears, as much as possible, and as much as possible on your eyes also, and hold it as long as you can.
Slowly relax. Slowly relax. You can open your eyes. You can relax the pressure. Settle down. This is the most powerful end kriya that Swamiji has revealed. Swamiji says that one end kriya is equivalent to doing 108 Surya Namaskars. We have the process of doing the Surya Namaskara, the 108 times. One end kriya, which you have all just now gone through, is equal to that. That much Kundalini energy has flooded our entire system. Swamiji says, when any energy that goes vertical, like Kundalini, floods your system, power manifestation of your very reality happens as a side effect. Now, let's start. Continuing the power manifestation. In the previous session, we had the darshan of Swamiji. If there's anyone yet to have the darshan, you can continue. Swamiji reveals that for the whole science of alchemy products, each and every time you manifest it, you start by getting the darshan of Swamiji and then bowing down to that form of Swamiji in the Krishnashila, in the mirror, in the alchemy products, and then move on further to the manifestation. So all of those who have not yet had the darshan, you can go ahead, sit, have the darshan of Swamiji. And in this round of power manifestation, we are going to be doing the power of remote vision through the granite slab, through the alchemy products. So I request all of you to settle down. You can drink some water if you want, because all this pranayama and all creates so much energy, so much of heat in the body. So you can drink some water and get your alchemy products ready to start this round of manifestation. Can get your mirror. Again, just reiterating, all those who do not yet have an energized alchemy product by Swamiji, you can keep it today. During the darshan, you can keep a mirror. Ensure the mirror you're using is going to be only for the power manifestation. You will not be using it for any other purpose. And the aushadas, either turmeric, pure organic turmeric, the vibhuti, the bhasma, pure kumkum, the processed turmeric, or the sandalwood, pure sandalwood powder. Like this, there are various aushadhas that Swamiji has revealed. So you can keep any of these aushadhas ready. And Swamiji will be energizing it today during the darshan. For all those who already have the energized aushadha and the energized alchemy products, you can use your alchemy products for this round of remote vision. So now, let's start. To start this round off, connect with a partner. Each and every one of you are going to start off by connecting to a partner, and you're going to be scanning the exact details of them. Okay, let's do this. You're going to scan right now of a particular person, the color that they are wearing. So you can call up a partner or connect in the Zoom to a partner. Let it not be a video call. Through your third eye, you're going to scan and tell what color dress that they are wearing at the moment. You can connect, and without going on video, without knowing it logically, like you've never seen them today. Let's say you have not seen them today. Call someone like that. Or you can connect to people in the room. You're going to be scanning the color of the dress that they are wearing. But what you're going to be doing for all those who have the alchemy products, energized alchemy product, Let's say you have a mirror. Put the thick layer of the Jnananjana on the mirror. Once you have had the darshan of Swamiji, just connect to Swamiji, do the pure space of unclutching, chant the Mahavakya, connect to Swamiji, and let Paramashiva reveal to you in that mirror what is the details of the color of the dress that they are wearing currently. You can start the manifestation process. Once you've connected, scan the exact color that they are wearing at this moment. Let your complete focus, awareness beyond Paramashiva, because it is only Paramashiva who is living through your body right now. Right now, the screen in front of you, you're able to perceive the colors, whether it's Swamiji's image, the dress, the brown rudrakshas, the brown turban, the golden crown, the purple background, or me with my orange dress, black hair. All of this you're able to perceive itself only because of Paramashiva in your body. Paramashiva is reflecting through you. A dead body cannot recognize any colors. It is Paramashiva who is giving you the ability to recognize anything you are recognizing even now. The same way Paramashiva, who knows everything in this cosmos, who is all pervasive, can tell you the color of the dress your friend is wearing. Connect completely to him. Surrender completely to him. Sit as Paramashiva, as Swamiji himself. Your being is not different from Paramashivas with 25 heads, 50 hands, and 75 eyes. you can share now with your partner. What are all the details about their appearance, their dress color, identifications, currently where they are, what they are doing? All of this you can now share with your partner that you are manifesting with. Just casually just tell, this is what Paramashiva showed me. I remember the time when I was in Gurukul. Every Sunday we used to call our families, and I would talk to my father, and he would be in work, he would be doing various things, and I would tell him every single Sunday, I would call him, and the first thing I would tell him is, right now you're over here, you're doing this, and you're wearing this colored dress. This is how I would start the conversation, just through the power of remote vision scanning and just telling him. I would start the conversation with, this is the colored dress you're wearing today. It would just be a regular call. There was no video call, nothing, no pictures, nothing. And this is where you are, this is what you're doing right now, this is how the lighting of your area is, and then we will start the conversation. This is how easy these powers are and can become your lifestyle. Now, we are going to be entering into the next session, Swamiji's revelations on the greater truths of Ardhanareeshwara, the ultimate gender. That is what Swamiji is going to be revealing today during this process. Let's now listen to the higher powerful cognitions from Swamiji on Ardhana.
The social concepts and definitions of gender, gender related issues, if you take it as a joke, great, but if you seriously record them in your muscle memory and biomemory and keep them inside your cognition, it can be dangerous. Please listen, it can be dangerous. When a male body made to believe certain concepts of masculine, certain concepts of being a male by the society, the kind of a tension that muscle memory, biomemory goes through, the kind of a suppression it goes through, the kind of expectation it has about the other gender, the kind of incompletion it suffers and craves for the suppressed part, is hell. Such punishment for whole life. And the worst thing is, whatever you suppressed in you, declaring yourself as the male and avoiding anything other than so-called male, you will be searching for it in some other muscles which you will never find. Which you will never find. And this seeking goes on, tortures the person who is living with you, who has committed their life to you. It is like you torture the other person. The other person, she has her own suppressions. She is also product of the society, unenlightened resources. She has suppressed tons of things in the name of she being a female. So all that she is searching in your muscles. It's like a In Indian villages, this early morning hen will come out with chicken and start searching all the dustbins for food. Searching. Searching in others for the suppressed component in your muscle. Searching in others for the suppressed component in your muscle. Is the most frustrating thing that can happen to anybody in life. Even if you are a potato couch, because you did trial and error on yourself, it's easy to get you out of it. But the patterns you pick up from others, believe it as your muscle memory, install it in your biomemory, takes such long completion, requires strong completion process for you to get out. Again and again it triggers violence, dissatisfaction, incompletion, resistance, a wrong principles of sex. Understand this word, wrong principles of sex. Earlier in India, men used to wear only the dhoti and maybe one small angavastram. Slowly, the exposed upper body started getting associated with the idea of sex. Then they will have to cover. Then now even the exposed shoulders gets associated with the idea of sex. I don't know when the exposed eyes and the nose are going to get associated with the idea of sex. And then you have to wear complete covering. Understand various parts of body triggering various ideas, concepts, patterns in your system shows how the society is going lower and lower level, and our common agreements are sinking deeper and deeper and stinking. Our common understandings do matter. Our common understandings do matter because knowingly or unknowingly, even if you understand the higher principles, in your day-to-day life you are forced to live the common understandings.
Ardhanareeshwara is the ultimate symbol of the completion of the gender identity. Liberation from gender crisis. It's a beautiful form Paramashiva takes to show the completion of the gender identity. Each manifestation of Paramashiva is one of the dimension which includes whole Paramashiva. Listen.
Ardhanareeshwara does not mean he is only Ardhanareeshwara. Ardhanareeshwara is the manifestation of complete Paramashiva. You should know that. Even if you achieve any one manifestation, you achieve Paramashiva. If you achieve Nataraja, you achieve Paramashiva. If you achieve Lingarupa, you achieve Paramashiva. You achieve Kalabhairava, you achieve Paramashiva. You achieve Hariharamurti, you achieve Paramashiva. You achieve any one form of the 64 manifestation, you achieve Paramashiva. So, many sampradayas of the Saivite tradition center themselves on one manifestation of Paramashiva. For example, Aghoris center themselves on Mahakala Bhairava. Veerashaivites center themselves on Lingarupa and Veerabhadra. Each sampradaya centers themselves on one form of Paramashiva. Tantra sampradaya centers itself on Ardhanareeshwara. So understand, when I give these basic principles, the foundation principles of Tantra Sampradaya, and when you start living it, manifesting it, you achieve Ardhanareeshwara directly, and Ardhanareeshwara is Paramashiva himself. The word Tantra simply means technique, methodology. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, all methodology for manifesting the state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva is called Tantra. That's it. Please understand. State, space, powers and being of Paramashiva, manifesting that is called Tantra. Any methodology adopted for that purpose is called Tantra. In course of time, it got associated with multiple traditions like Shakta, Bauddha, Samana. In multiple sampradayas, orders, traditions of Hinduism, it got identified, associated, started having different connotations, and then comes the anti-Hindu narratives, anti-Hindu forces, Hindu-phobic forces contains this word and boxes it inside gory sexual activities and orgies. Without any understandings and reality, I tell you, Tantra is the most anti-sex practice. In real tantric practice, whether you do it with your own being or you do it with some beings outside, it just liberates you from everything felt as a need or urge. Understand? Food is not wrong, but urge pushing you to eat is wrong. Sex is not wrong, but the urge making you lose your balance and your integrity and pushing you to do the act is wrong. Understand?
Anything which breaks your integrity is wrong, not the act. Last few days, satsang, I was insisting on cutting down the solid food intake. Bring it to 10% of the calorie which you are consuming, usually. Just 10%. If you used to consume 2000 calorie, bring it to 200 calorie. If you are used to consume 1000 calorie, bring it to 100 calorie. It's almost like I'm asking you to do fasting. Just increase the liquid and balance your routine. Understand? If you have started practicing, you will realize not having solid food, so much of irritation, anger, all the non-integrity emotions manifesting in you. Tiredness will disappear, boredom will disappear, but suddenly you will feel too much of energy and you don't know what to do. I tell you, eating is not wrong, but the urge pushing you to eat is wrong. And sex is not wrong. The urge which makes you lose your integrity for sex is wrong. Tantra works on completion, making you manifest the state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva. Listen carefully. Multiple, various techniques to experience the state of Paramashiva, like unclutching, completion, to experience the space of Paramashiva, like integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, to experience the powers of Paramashiva, oneness, initiation, aushada, mani, mantra, aushada, to manifest the being of Paramashiva, diksha, ultimate initiation, communion, oneness with Guru, who is embodiment of Paramashiva, makes you manifest the being of Paramashiva. All these various levels, multiple techniques are adopted, methodologies are adopted. All of them are basically called as Tantra. Understand, Tantra is the most anti-sex, most anti-sex tradition. If you believe, if you are told Tantra is the sexual tradition, you are cheated. Be very clear, you are cheated. The kind of the feeling grounded you need to have, never to have tears in your eyes, can happen only by Tantra. When you are grounded, complete with all the emotions of body shaming, good, bad, right, wrong, everything need to be cleansed. All the toxic ideas inserted into your system, shame, guilt, about your body and how you look and how you feel and the ideas of sex, gender, everything, all the false ideas society has inserted into you need to be removed. You need to be detoxified from all that stupid ideas. That's only way. That's only way you will get grounded and become a real Rudraganya. Every man should become a Rudra and every woman should become Rudraganya. That is Tantra.
Every man should become Paramashiva, every woman should become Parashakti. That is Tantra. Paramashivoham will give you precise understandings about Tantra, deep understandings about Tantra constantly. You demanding yourself and behaving even with yourself as Paramashiva and manifesting the qualities and state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva continuously in your actions, in your life, in your thinking, in your emotions, everything. That is Tantra. That's all is Tantra. Understand? Life in all its possibility manifesting is Tantra. The Paramashiva in you and Parashakti in you becoming one, the communion and experiencing oneness is Tantra. A very powerful incident happened in my life. One day, very playfully, all my classmates wanted to have a debate with me. Some questions they asked about Ganesha. I answered very strongly. Then one fellow said, he talks as if he knows everything. The other fellow said, no, he knows everything. And then they said, all right, tomorrow we will come up with a question. We will ask any question you answer, we will give you 5 rupees. Those days 5 rupees is a big money. And any question I am not able to answer, I have to give 5 rupees. Some 10 boys gathered. I went to Kuppammal. She told me, go and attend, nothing to be afraid, go and do it. Somehow I had the confidence. And I did not even have the thought, if I don't know some answer, what will I do? Anyhow, I went and they started putting all kinds of questions. Went on and on and on. I was answering. Suddenly one very tricky question came. See, in Tiruvannamalai, there is a small temple on the Pearl Hill, means Pavalakundru. On that there is a small temple. The whole city believes the temple as a Subramanya temple because only for Subramanya's function people will go there and have darshan and come. And always on the top of the hill only Subramanya's temple will be there in Tamil Nadu. They just asked me one question. That temple they celebrate the Subramanya celebration. Is it Subramanya's temple? Whole village and the whole everybody knows it is only Subramanya temple. Before answering, I just looked in. I saw very clearly the point which I call as balance. If you just put a rod between your ears and a rod through your third eye, where the two rods meet, that point is called balance. I saw very clearly that balance opening up and the information getting downloaded. No, it is not Subramanya temple, it is Ardhanareeshwara's temple. Subramanya's shrine is also there, but the main deity is Ardhanareeshwara. And I tell you honestly, never that information was fed into me through eyes or through ears, because I had never been inside the temple's Garbha Mandir before, or never I heard from somebody it is Ardhanareeshwara's temple. Never ever the information was fed to me through eyes or through ears. If you open the channel of receiving the information where the eyes and ears meet, that is what I call internet connection. the balance, the sixth sense, if the balance has access to information, it is internet connection. Your eyes are like web camera. Your ears are like speaker in the computer. You all know only how to use the eyes and ears and the keyboard. You miss the internet connection. By nature, you have the internet connection in you all. Just because you are breathing, you have internet connection. And there is no website which you can't access. There is no firewall. There is no security. You can access anything without getting corrupt or without getting infected by virus. Any information can be accessed and handled. I saw very clearly that information being happening, and I responded. One boy who was there, he got really frightened, because any normal person goes to the temple, usually the temple will be open only during some celebration. During that celebration time, always the Subramanya will be kept in the front. So nobody will have the access to the Garbha Mandir to go and even have a look of the original deity. You are shocked. And I saw really that fellow got shaken so much. He never thought, I'll know such a intricate information, fact, such deep fact, because he is from a Brahmin family who does puja of the temple. So he thought, except his family, nobody knows it is a Ardhanareeshwara temple. And actually itself nobody knows. Even now in the village, in the city, it is considered only as a Subramanya temple. He said, how do you know? Only we people who enter the Garbha Mandir know. It's Ardhanareeshwara. It's not Subramanya. I said, Arey, you enter Garbha Mandir every day and come out. I am inside Garbha Mandir.
An enlightened being cannot be constrained into, first of all, one body. Forget about constraining me into one gender. In Vedic tradition, we call enlightened beings as transcendental gender, not transgender. Transcendental gender. Neither male nor female or gay or lesbian or transgender. It's a separate kind of a body. We call it Divya Sarira, which reflects the way you want to see, you will go on be seeing it. The way you want to perceive, you will be perceiving it. The way you want to enjoy, you will be enjoying it. So it is even in language, words, Sanskrit gives exemption from all the grammar, rules, everything to enlightened beings. The Sanskrit grammarian, he says, enlightened beings are trying to express something which can never be expressed through words. So they are exempted from all grammar rules, everything. It is called Arsha Prayoga. Whenever a rishi uses the language for his own convenience, the way he wants and the way he interprets, it is accepted as a trend and grammar rule, and it is called Arsha Prayoga. He is not bound by the linguistic rules, grammar rules. Same way, an enlightened being cannot be constrained even to one body with so much of difficulty when he is trying to
expressed through one body, you can never be able to constrain him to one gender. Whether psychology or physiology or the whole system, the body I carry, nothing can be framed into one gender. Actually, the enlightenment itself is a physiological, psychological mutation.
Nithyananda, I hope all of you are able to hear us now. Sorry for the technical glitch. We have faced with a small technical glitch. Yes. Nithyanandam, so beautifully Swamiji had explained to us about Ardhanareeshwara, the ultimate gender of Ardhanareeshwara, and how he is Paramashiva in that ultimate state, actually the very place where Parashakti, Devi Parashakti herself experienced oneness with Paramashiva. That place is called as Pavarakundra, and that is exactly where Swamiji had his enlightenment experience in Tiruvannamalai. All of you can see this rock, the Pavarakundra. This is the exact spot where Devi Parashakti had her experience of oneness. Nithyanandam, are all of you able to hear me? Okay, wonderful. So all of you can, yes, so this is the very rock where Swamiji had his enlightenment experience at the age of 12, where Swamiji was able to have the 360-degree vision and experience oneness with everything. So that happened here, right here, in this very place where Ardhanareeshwara manifested. See, Ardhanareeshwara is transcendental gender. We are familiar with our normal understanding of genders, and we call some set of people as transgender. But that's completely different. Transcendental gender is where you're neither male nor female nor any transgender. You're beyond all of these. And this happens where the level of completion, that depth of completion, reaches up to your very bio-memory. All the mental and physical disorders are due to the parasite within our bio-memory. And when the bio-memory is awakened and it is experiencing that complete completion, you will start manifesting being a transcendental gender. Nature of Ardhanareeshwara is where, like, Ardhanareeshwara is beyond the male or female. It's the completion of both. Are all of us understanding? Can I request all the participants to take a few minutes and type your understandings and posts? Please take a few minutes and type what all you have understood about Ardhanareeshwara. Come on. Who is Bhagavan Ardhanareeshwara? See, understand. Actually, in the Ardhanareeshwara revelation, one of the revelations Swamiji says is, it is not that, see, at Parashakti, experiencing oneness with Paramashiva is where Paramashiva enters into Parashakti and radiates as Ardhanareeshwara. That is what is this place in Tiruvannamalai. There's once more where Paramashiva, where Paramashiva gives half of his own form to Parashakti. And there's one more where Paramashiva merges into Parashakti and manifests as Ardhanareeshwara. So that is the second is the form that we all are seeing here in Tiruvannamalai. That's the very spot where it manifested. And why we are learning about Ardhanareeshwara? See, understand, all of us have certain amount of male component in us and certain amount of female component in us. The problem is actually about almost 10 years before, Swamiji said, in the next 5-6 years, the biggest problem humanity is going to be facing will be gender identity issues. No one understood, and Swamiji told us in 2012, 2013, people didn't quite understand. But today we are seeing this gender identity related issues. It's like, for many, it has become like such a crucial issue. Parents are worried about their children, and many children feel their parents don't understand them, and it has become more of a political subject, and people feel the whole world seems to be divided into either for LGBTQ or against LGBTQ, but gender is not about that. It is about identifying you and getting into completion with you. When you manifest Ardhanareeshwara, the suppressed parts in you would get completed. How many of you are understanding this one line? Every one of us do carry. Like, for example, if you are a female, you do carry 49% male and 51% female in you. Same thing applies in every level. In every level, you carry certain amount of male component, certain amount of female component inside of you. The problem is, there are many parts that are suppressed inside of us. And we try to look for that, to complete that. You try to look for that suppressed part outside of you. You think you're going to get the fulfillment from outside. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Oh God, one of my favorite lines that Swamiji says is that I don't look for my other half because I am not half. I am full. I am complete. The way Swamiji would say that, it's so powerful, because all of us keep on searching for our other half or better half. Or you keep thinking you are a half and you need someone else, some external, to come and fulfill you. But Swamiji says, you are not half. You're full. You're complete. The completion you're looking for, the fulfillment you're looking for, is not lying outside. It's not with someone else. It's with you. And experience that completion within you. You need to look at that suppressed part that you are suppressing inside of you. You would not be able to get that from outside. How many of you are understanding about this? How many of you are getting this? How many of you are feeling like, yes, this is clicking with me? Yes, yes, yes. Oh God, so many of you. Wonderful. So this is why today, learning about Ardhanareeshwara, you're going to be learning and manifesting that completion space. Understand, when you are complete with you, you would be radiating so gracefully. The grace will be just oozing out of every pore of you. Like, even the people who see you would say that, wow, there's something so different. You're looking so beautiful. And you just be radiating. That is what you're going to be experiencing today, because you're going to be completing with you. Arjun Ravishankar, kind of, but I have a lot of questions. Go ahead. Arjun Ravishankaraya, go ahead and please post your questions. And I also request all of you to please come on camera, especially in the male side. It is such a great insight, yes. Actually, when you learn about it, Pankaj Kankaraya, when you learn about it, you will see slowly that completion would start manifesting. Oh, sorry, that is Pavan Kaya. I think I just got mixed up. Yes, it will start manifesting through you like as grace. See, understand, every one of us have the capacity to experience fulfillment from within us. But the problem is the society has always taught us, trained us to think, okay, if you want fulfillment, you need to get it from outside. The way Swamiji explains, you can actually literally see how Swamiji is. Like, actually, in the whole world, it is only Swamiji's life which is the most publicly recorded life, publicly available life. Like every day of Swamiji's is chronicled. Like you can get pictures almost every single day of Swamiji's life, what activities Swamiji is doing, what all Swamiji is doing. And Swamiji will be sitting, for those who have met Swamiji physically, and if you have had the blessing to live around Swamiji, you definitely know what I'm talking about, because the way how Swamiji would be living, right? We'd be just sitting in the courtyard, all of us, Gurukul kids, Adi Navasis, and program participants, everyone will be sitting around Swamiji. Swamiji will be sitting there and sipping a cup of coffee, just sitting in his swing, initiating us, being so blissful. And the way how Swamiji would be, like there is nothing from external that can take away that bliss nor add any extra bliss. You just be blissful. Many times he will even enter into samadhi just sitting in a swing, and all of us would be sitting around Swamiji. Like we'll have like about easily 100 people, almost more than that, sitting. How much ever could fit into the courtyard, everyone would be coming and sitting and doing the power manifestation. And some people will be coming and having their lunch over there. And Swamiji will be sitting like whole day and night. Swamiji will be in front of all of us. Each one of us might go and come back, or he'll just be there singing in his swing and just being so available to us, so blissful. Because there is nothing you will actually see. Just when you see, you will know. There's nothing that can take away that bliss from him, because it's manifesting from within. So powerfully manifesting. We don't need other, okay, I have a question from Arjuna. Yeah? If we don't need other gender, then what about creating progeny and children? If everyone in the world thinks I don't need a partner for fulfillment or satisfaction, then how would the world continue? Very, very beautiful question. First thing, not having the necessity for fulfillment through another body does not mean that you should not have children. Listen carefully. Swamiji is only saying you should be established in so much of completion with you, so that when you enter into a relationship, it will be a relationship. Otherwise, it will be a situationship. It will not be a relationship, which is why right now, because in everybody's mind, see, in a married couple are sitting in a room, there are not just two people, there are four people, because one, the husband is there, and husband's imagination of the wife and the wife's imagination of the husband. We always carry a image of a perfect person, of how we need, and we have our own either fantasies or like expectations of how we want our other half to be. And we think that, okay, only that is going to give me the fulfillment. And you go on trying to fit the other person into that frame. And the other person also keeps continuing to do the same, which is why we end up in conflicts, especially given that the movies and social media, all of these keep feeding that into you. more and more. You keep picking the ideas. Okay, so this is how I should look. This is how my wife should look. This is how we should be. These are the couple goals. See, all these things induce a certain idea inside of you. And then based on that, based on the movies, based on the social media, you project that. And you start judging the other person, judging your relationship, judging yourself based upon that. And when you enter into a relationship, you start many times you do a lot of deep insecurity. And all of these things are not really going to give you the fulfillment. They may give you agitational gratification, but never the real fulfillment. At that few moments, you might feel gratified, but not fulfilled. Because the real fulfillment will happen only when you are in completion. When you're in completion, the whole relationship, both of you would be sitting together to manifest Paramashiva through you. That is Tantra, where you decide and you and your partner sit together, both of you decide to enter into the space of completion and decide together to manifest Paramashiva through you and manifest that ultimate space. Understand that is what is manifesting Tantra, where you can have how many ever number of children that you want. In fact, Swamiji says you should, every Hindu, living, practicing Hindu should give birth to at least 10 children. Only then Hinduism can flourish more, and give at least 5 to Kailasa, let them grow up in Gurukul. So it is not against you giving birth to children, but it is against you going into your act without establishing yourself in the space of completion, which will lead to further incompletion. Are you understanding here? It's something very, very important for us to cognize and understand. There's already too many connotations, like false ideas and loaded information put about this inside us. Movies give us a lot of things. And the kind of way the society treats this. But the moment you first discover you, that is why Swamiji says, till the age of 21, you should strictly follow the vow of celibacy. Because it takes till the age of 21 for you. That's why we have the practice of brahmacharya, where you take up the vow of brahmacharya and you practice celibacy. Because only then, inside of you, you will discover you. Till then, you are not mature enough to handle yourself. So when you get into a relationship with another person, you will neither be mature enough to handle yourself nor the other person, leading to a deep-rooted incompletion. How do we complete it ourselves? So you learn that here. Today we are going to do step-by-step completions, and you'll learn that process today. All right. I request all of you, do not miss out on any sessions today. Please make sure that you're attending every single session. All right. So now let's enter into power manifestation. Are all of us ready? Any other questions? You all can post it in the chat. Feel free to ask your questions. If you don't want your names to be read out, then you can just put it as a direct message to PSM Tech ID. Ma Jessica Martin, I just want to tell you, you can go quickly finish your puja now and come back, because I don't want you to miss out on the next session. See, the sessions we are having today, many of these are, actually all of these are very, very important ones. And even one session, if you miss, you're missing out on a huge chunk. and you won't be able to cognize it at the same depth otherwise. So I see you're very sincere, so I don't want you to miss it. You can go quickly finish your puja now and come back. Okay, let's now enter into power manifestation. Once again, you're going to be doing this live location, spotting the live location of a person. It's actually a very easy power. Now, all you got to do is connect with any of your friends, and you're going to be first taking the mirror, apply the Aushadha on the mirror, connect to Swamiji, and you'll actually have Swamiji's darshan as Paramashiva on the mirror. Please start the process now. And once you have the darshan of Swamiji as Paramashiva, then only after you see, then you can start, and you'll actually start seeing the person, where that person is located, very clearly on the mirror itself. Please start, connect with the partner and start now. Just play with it. Don't take it like you have to be all perfect and all. Just play with it and
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Mahamahavaagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavaagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavaagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavaagya. Mahamahavaagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
Please relax. I hope all of you have finished. How many of you manifested? How many of you actually saw? How many of you actually saw that this person is sitting here? Jessica Martin, so sorry. Are you still here? I'm just seeing your message. It's regarding Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Yes, you would be receiving an email regarding that, and you can, the moment you receive the email, you can log into that Zoom. So better be logged into that Zoom so that, because it will start sharp at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So the Sankalpa chanting would be done at 2:30 p.m. itself. I think it should have already started. So you can log into the Zoom. That's a different Zoom. Okay, come on. Each of you quickly check with your partners and kindly let us know who all have manifested. All right. See still many of you verifying your answers. In male side, I request all of you to please do have your partners and do the power manifestation properly. Saint Denisaya and Arjun Ravishankaraya. Firstly, both of you need to sit intensely, connect with Swamiji. You will be able to see much clearly. I remember once I was talking to one of my friends, and that time he was just starting with the power of seeing through third eye with our eyes closed. That was only power, and the whole Gurukula was only practicing that. And I was on a phone call with my friend from outside, and I was just talking to her. All of a sudden, I could very clearly see where she was. Like, it was like as if I'm like seeing her in real time, like not just in like a 1D or 2D. Could actually see it in 3D. Like, I could actually even smell, and I could feel the surrounding. I could feel everything. And I was like so shocked. I just told her, this is what I'm seeing, and it was right. And that's the way the power would manifest. Like, really clearly you would be able to see it. So come on, all of you, sit intensely into the manifestation. Now we are going to be entering into a very important session. I request every one of you to intensely listen to this. This session is about the 11 genders, the gender identity, and Swamiji is going to be revealing to us about that.
The future of the world is going to be this way. Future of the planet Earth is going to be exactly this way. Once you become 18, now you have the freedom to choose which country you want to live. What should be your language? What should be the field you wanted to enrich the world? And which faith you wanted to live? Which religion you wanted to pick up? Which gender you want to have? It is going to be very common, the gender exchange operations. Gender change operations are going to be just like a cough cold medication. It's going to be available every street. Very soon, you don't need to be bound in the gender you are born. You don't need to be bound in the religion you are born. You don't need to be bound in the country you are born. You don't need to be bound with your mother tongue. So naturally, all the people who promote love for your country, love for your religion, love for your mother tongue, love for your culture, love for your gender, they will all be outdated. Because politics thrives on constantly making you love the things which you don't need to love. Constantly generating, forcing the pseudo love. Why do you need to love a language? Tell me. Language is just for communication. Over. If you know what the other person is saying, if the other person knows what you are saying just. And he understands that it's over. Language is just for communication. Not for becoming fanatic and dying. Religion is just for enriching yourself and others, not for just killing each other. Country is what for country concept, so that we create better and better infrastructure and enrich the universe, enrich the world. But instead, we build more and more weapons in the name of defense and kill each other. The concept of language, concept of country, concept of religion. Just see how many billions of people we lost on the planet Earth and all their intelligence. There are some religions, even while you are alive, they kill your intelligence. So understand, the future should be the religion, language, gender, and country. All these should be just openly available. We are not born to live in one corner of the world. We are citizens of the planet Earth. This can happen only by Vedic tradition. I tell you, only by Vedic tradition, which has a strength to stand any scrutiny. And not only that, even though it accepts all traditions, even if you don't accept Vedic tradition accepts you. I am revealing the original truths as it is from Paramashiva. One by one, understand, first thing, there are 11 genders. Second thing, you just need completion, whatever way you are, below 21. So decide not to allow anybody to explore you and do not explore other bodies till 21. Even if you have explored earlier, decide to go for intense completions. All the cognitions inspired you to explore other body or allow others to explore your body. And after exploring physical relationship, the kind of the cognitions, emotions, mood swings you are going through, pen down all of that, effects and side effects and after effects of you exploring another body or another person exploring your body. Go through the whole thing and completely. Go for completion. In Arunachala, in Tiruvannamala, we have a beautiful deity of Paramashiva as Ardhanareeshwara. Fortunately,
The replica, exact replica of the deity is made and installed in Paschima Kailasa, Los Angeles Adinam. I want regular worship to happen for that Ardhanareeshwara deity in Paschima Kailasa. If you are in US, don't miss. Go to Paschima Kailasa to have darshan of that deity. It is done as a replica of original Ardhanareeshwara deity in Tiruvannamalai in Arunachala, who is a symbol of completion of all the gender crisis, gender problems and gender identity problems and gender crisis and everything. Actually, everything related. Whether problems or difficulties, understandings related to sexuality can be solved just by this one understanding of 11 genders. The moment you identify your gender, problem is solved. Then you know how you are going to be functioning. It is a simple mechanism. See, body is the best outfit you can wear. Understand this word. Body is the best outfit you can wear. The food are the pressures your body feels is just dependent on how you feel about your body. The moment you know what is you, all struggle will stop, will drop. Whenever your physiology is pressured, if your psychology feels calm, it is integrity. You will be such a beautiful being. Whenever your physiology feels pressured and your psychology feels moha, you will just be exploitative. It will be more or less like a masturbation with another body or a rape. That's it. Understand? The reflection of Paramashiva in you, Pratyagatma Chaitanya, the individual consciousness, as a freedom to align your gender identification in the level of psychology and physiology and physical, all three. I wanted to make a statement. By your willpower, you can change your gender completely, even physically. Ramakrishna demonstrated it. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa demonstrated. There was another one great yogi called Madanagopala Swami. Nadananayagi Swamigal, he used to be called. He lived in South India. He was in Mathura Bhava with Sri Krishna. With his power and willpower, he just manifested all the female characters in his system, whole system. Listen, first truth you need to know, there is no such thing as straight. Nobody is straight. You are just a being clothed with a body. Sexual attraction has nothing to do with the gender of the opposite person. It is the grace you feel with the opposite person. Beautifully Upanishad says, you love your husband or wife not because he is male or female, or husband or wife. He is or she is reflection of your integrity with your identity. Understand? Attraction is due to the grace the other body radiates. Grace is always directly the quantity of the integrity that person's physical, physiological, psychological, conscious identity enjoys. Understand? The more their gender identification is integrated, more grace they will manifest. They will radiate. Grace is all about you being completely comfortable with your physical, physiological, psychological, conscious identity called Aham Pratyagatma Chaitanyam. And all attraction is towards the grace, not towards any gender, not towards any person. Please understand. Break from this mediocre idea of gender dowholing. Feel completely relieved if you are confused about your gender identity. Understand, if you are confused about gender identity, feel good about it. You are above the mediocre people. Mediocre people have decided to have false belief due to their fear of society. It is the fear of society. You deny your confusion or the identity crisis and just accept something society says and go on torture yourself for your whole life to believe what society has labeled it on you. Understand? I want you to understand first what real identity you are enjoying. What is your real gender identity? I tell you. If you integrate your gender identity, whether you are a sannyasi or a grihastha or a womanizer, you will be such graceful being. You will be such graceful being. I have seen the most graceful sannyasi and the most graceful womanizers. I have seen both. And sometimes I used to wonder how both of them radiate such grace. I realized it is not about the action. It is about the integrity and identity you feel in physical, physiological, psychological and conscious level. Most graceful celibate I have seen is Yogi Ram Surat Kumar. He is absolute brahmachari, but such grace. And the most graceful grihastha I have seen, Raghupati Yogi. He had 14 kids, but his grace is, I will say, equivalent to Ram Surat Kumar. The most graceful women I have seen, Kuppammal, my guru. She lived with only one husband and 4 kids. All 4, such graceful beings, because the grace comes from inside completion. It is nothing to do with external action. Grace means ability to generate huge love and respect in the other person the moment he sees you, she sees you. Just by sight, if you are able to instigate, invoke tremendous love and respect, that is called grace. Beautifully, Valmiki describes when Sita entered the court, the whole court stood up, including Janaka. Understand? Janaka is father. He says the grace she was carrying was such, all the rishis, munis, and the people who came for Swayamvaram, who were supposed to get married to her, or who came with a lust to marry her, all of them forgot their identity for a few seconds and just stood up. The grace she was radiating. I tell you, I wanted to get into the details. All the mood swing women suffer and feeling exploited women feel is just because their three layers are not integrated. Physical, physiological, psychological does not feel the same gender identity. There is a mismatch. There is a confusion. That is why women feel disgraced every time they enter into a sexual act and come out.
What Swamiji revealed is something too important. Because if we just understand this one truth, all the suffocation that society has added into us with the so-called definition of gender, we will be liberated from all those cognitions carried in us. What Swamiji revealed right now was an amazing truth. Like, I'll always feel like this is like $1 billion science. Even billions of dollars can't give you that. See, always today, if a child, young child, by what, 10 or 12 itself, they start going on social media nowadays. And the definition of gender beauty that they learn, it is so sad, disheartening to see people spend millions of dollars to get plastic surgeries to look a certain way. They want to be a certain ways beautiful. Like recently, I saw that there was a very, I was watching one of the interviews, and at that time, I saw they were saying how in a particular country, the definition of beauty was that, women had to have a certain type of a waist, they should have certain height, their skin tone should be a certain color. These are all set by women for themselves. There's like so many standards that constantly suffocate. And unfortunately, we get so stuck to the body, we forget one of the most important components of beauty, which is the being inside. If you're inside you, your inner space is complete, you're able to flow freely, that is grace. When you are clear, complete from within, right? When you are clear with your inner space, when there is no physiological, psychological, neurological ups and downs in you, you are completely liberated. If any of you have any questions, yes, you can always post. See, most of the times in society, we are all stuck with a limited idea of gender. The moment we talk about gender, we have a certain idea that this is what is a male gender, this is what is a female gender. You have to be a certain way, you have to behave a certain way. All of these, it's not just like one particular group has said. As society, this is the way all of us has said amongst us. And we constantly carry these definitions of gender inside of us with so much suffocation. The way we carry, the ideas that we carry, all of it is filled with so much of suffocation that the moment you feel, you get into a relationship and you feel it is not fitting your frame, you feel exploited. That is the reason today so much of divorce rates is increasing. Why? Divorce rates are increasing because there is a certain standard that is set. You see, well, this is what is, ideal marriage, couple goals, all of these we see. And we pick up those wrong ideas. I will not say right or wrong, we pick up those ideas, no problem. But we try to superimpose that idea on the other person. We want the person to be that way. We want the other person, our couple, our spouse, to be that way. What starts happening? When they don't fit into that frame, fight starts. That's why Sanji tells a very, very important truth. Whenever you realize, whenever you understand that you are complete from within, there is no other half that is from outside which needs to fulfill you, you will catch the whole thought thread and you will just have a breakthrough. All the ideas that we carry, Swamiji, like Swamiji revealed, the gender is the 4 levels of identification put together. Physically, what you identify yourself with, physiologically, how you identify yourself, psychologically, how you identify yourself, and consciously, what is your will about your gender. Ma Xianying Zhao is asking, may I ask a question about the roles of street girls, okay, in society from a satisfactory perspective? How should we view and understand it? See, Ma, what we are discussing is different from that. See, please understand, whatever profession you might do, Swamiji was telling, right? Whether you are a sannyasi or you are a womanizer, and it is not, see, it's not about a particular group of people. What we're talking about is all of us, all human beings. Every one of us are having a certain suffocation, suppression inside us. Right after you are born, society teaches you, okay, you're a girl, you have to be this way, this way, this way. You're a boy, you have to be this way, this way. And imagine nowadays it's even more unfortunate. By the time the kid is 10 or 9 or 10 years, they start learning the concepts about romance from outside. They watch movies, they watch TikTok trends, they watch YouTube videos. So they start picking up, oh, this is how a boyfriend should be, this is what is relationship. And by that time, even before they hit the physical puberty, they start getting into relationships. That is the worst thing that can happen to a child because it affects their very consciousness. What happens after that? When they get into a relationship, when they hit the puberty, they start realizing that their whole hormonal ups and downs happens in them. It is very, it's very new to them, right? When they see, suddenly they feel up, suddenly they feel so much of excitement, suddenly they feel so low. At that point in time, if they look for support from outside, they start depending their strength on another person. That is why the moment that person who gives you that attention withdraws that card from you, the child falls into severe depression. Their very identity gets shaken. It is all in such a rush. It is like, human factory. Right after you at 10, start learning about these concepts. By the time you're 13, 14, start getting into relationships. And when you're going through the ups and downs, you start looking for fulfillment from outside. Unfortunately, even the other person is going through their ups and downs. This conflict is what leads to so-called breakups. After breakups, drug addictions, alcohol abuse, all of these happens. This is the cycle. Unfortunately, end of the day, the child will feel exploited from outside. Today, so many celebrities, all of them say, oh, when I was young, I was like this, like that, fame gave me all this. When celebrities who became too popular when they were young, you will see a particular trend in them. All of them will say this, oh God, that time I was young, I got into so many relationships, everything. And now after they grow old, they'll say, I learned my lesson now. But unfortunately, you do not need to damage your consciousness that way. The most that gets damaged is not even your body, it is your consciousness. Because inside you, there is so much of suffocation and confusion. You are just exploring your body. By the time you understand what gender your body is, what gender your conscious will prefers, and before even you can come to completion with all these permutation combinations, when you get into relationship, that's all, it's over. That's why Swamiji tells before 21, you should not get into any relationships. Are all of you understanding?
This one thing would give you tremendous completion and a deep understanding of yourself. Arjun Ravishankaraya, you're asking what about Manusmriti's instructions about on gender responsibilities? Manusmriti is one of the most mistranslated, abused scriptures. The original Manusmriti does not demote women, does not put down women. In Manusmriti itself, there is a very clear verse in Manusmriti, Yatra Naryastu Pujyante Ramante Tatra Devataha, where it says, wherever women are worshipped, all gods and goddesses live over there. It is mistranslation. See, if you see, none of us have the direct access to the original scripture. It's Max Mullerian version of the Max Mullerian version of the scripture of Manusmriti is only available to us. Max Muller had a very clear agenda, where he was a British who had a very clear agenda to learn Sanskrit only from the context of mistranslating the scriptures so that Hindus lose confidence on themselves. Understanding? And there are certain responsibilities given from a completely different perspective. Like when I was reading Manusmriti, so there is this part where the constitutional rights are clearly described in Manusmriti, and there's one part where they say what type of judgments must the king pass for what type of crimes. And there was a description about Varna and Jati. Fortunately, the blessings of Swamiji clearly explained to us like what is Varna, what is Jati. So I knew about it when I was reading that scripture. So when I was reading, I saw the English translation of it. I was shocked. Varna was mistranslated as color. Varna in Sanskrit has various different meanings. One of the meanings is a Varna system, where based on the consciousness you carry and the responsibility you take in the society, you are given certain role. Here it is translated as color-based racial discrimination. I was like, God, that concept never existed in Hinduism. I realized like what kind of thing they are forcing on us, claiming falsely that it is Manusmriti. It is not.
See,
And there are many.
Sorry, just to add to that, with so many, we do not have, unless we have a guru, an enlightened master who knows the whole thing about the scripture, who can give you the exact revelation as it is. We cannot arrive at any conclusion, because who knows, today all translations we have are from where? From Britishers who came and who studied the Sanskrit just to translate it with their thought currents. Understand, Swamiji tells that's the thing. Whosever books you read it from the author's thought currents. That is why our Vedas and Upanishads, all of them are apaurishya. They do not have an author.
See, one important thing is Manusmriti is so like an abused scripture, literally. Where, see, how the same person, Manusmriti, where he very clearly dictates, very clearly saying that Yatra Naryastu Pujyante Ramante Tatra Devataha, means wherever women are worshipped, in those places, all the gods and goddesses exist. Wherever women are not worshipped, gods do not exist over there. In this level, when he has revealed, do you think really that he would put some policies and regulations of abusing women and taking women's rights away? No. Lot of these things were added things further, later, and not from the original scripture itself. The original scripture is like, for example, if you see Sushruta Samhita, you would have definitely been aware of Sushruta Samhita, which we proudly say that how Sushruta and Charaka, they were all greatest surgeons of history, and like he was a father of plastic surgery. But where would you find his scripture? Do you know something really shocking? We don't even have access to the original scripture. The original scripture, Sushruta Samhita, is sitting in Wellcome Library in UK. We don't have access to that. If you want to access it, it can only a translation of it will be provided by that library's agents.
This is a sad state of us. We need to understand that most of the scriptures, everything that we have is completely based on the thought currents of the author. And talking about the question that you had asked, Aya, I just wanted to add to that. There, of course, are certain responsibilities ordained to every gender. It is given not just in Manusmriti, even Parashara Smriti, all of these different rishis, Patanjali Yoga Sutras, each of them describes the different aspects. What a gender should do, what a particular person should do for enlightenment as an option, as a path. But the fundamental idea about gender in Hinduism is gender is a clothing on the body, and body itself is a clothing on the being. So you are not the body, and of course you're not the gender. You are beyond. That is why in Ashtavakra Gita, Rishi Ashtavakra, just an 8-year-old boy, he goes to Rishi Janaka, the great king, father of Devi Sita, and he tells, when the whole court laughs at him seeing his deformed body, he laughs back even louder than all of them. Then everyone is shocked and they're asking, why, what happened? Then he says, I feel so bad for you all. You're all stuck looking at just this body. You can't even recognize the consciousness within me, how it is. You can't even see the effulgence of my consciousness. That was a kind of conversations that our rishis had. And after that, Ashtavakra delivers the whole Ashtavakra Gita to Janaka. That is our fundamental thought currents in Hinduism is so beautiful. You are not limited. Krishna declares in Bhagavad Gita, right? Who you are is that being. Nainam chindanti shastrani, nainam dahati pavakaha. Neither it can be slain by sword, it cannot be wet by the water, it can't be dried by the wind, it can't be burnt by the fire. All the thought currents given in our Shastras about who we are is not that you are the body, it is the consciousness in you that is empowered. That is what is important. Gender, see, it's like this. It's like whether if you become a teacher, you have certain responsibilities. If you become a doctor, you have a certain responsibilities. Like that, if you are a female or a male or any of the 11 genders, each gender has their respective responsibilities ordained in our scriptures for the path of enlightenment. And that is definitely given. But you are not confined as a particular gender. So just that
And
one.
we need to also understand these things in a much deeper context. Like in every, like for example, actually this is like a topic we can keep discussing more and more about the way Swamiji has revealed to us about it. Like we keep finding more and more of the, sorry, just a moment, are all of you able to hear me? Yes. Yes. See, understand one thing. Scriptures have to be really understood so deeply because we need to understand it from the multidimensional logic. Our binary logic cannot cognize it clearly because otherwise we will only be translating Varna as racial discrimination, which never existed in Hinduism. Never. Because you will see all gods and goddesses are portrayed. Like, for example, who's Krishna? Krishna is portrayed as, he's as dark as the night sky and portrayed as one of the most beautiful gods. So, in Hinduism, we never had racial discrimination. No Hindus would even believe that ever we had a racial discrimination because we never had. But this was a mistranslation that was given. So understand, everything that we are learning, the way the person who's mistranslating to you is based on from his cognition, he's translating it to you. So you will never understand. See, for example, when we say Paramashiva has Ganga on his jatas, how do we all imagine? Ganga, at least the pictures that show us, it shows as if Ganga is just flying, like just flowing away from Paramashiva, like that. She's flowing. That's how we see in the pictures. Swamiji described. How will she leave Paramashiva? Like, how will she just miss that opportunity to touch Paramashiva? She'll flow all over Paramashiva. So the way we visualize and the way we imagine things are not the way it is actually. So if you want the right thing to learn and understand, the best thing you can do is learn directly from the source. That's why Swamiji gives Shastra Pramana for every single thing. Every single thing that we learn, Swamiji clearly gives us the scriptural reference for it as to why are you learning this? The understanding you carry about yourself. It's not just for you to feel good about you, but to have the powerfulness about you. Even like how Swamiji described, when you walk, the powerfulness you carry will make the entire court stand up for you. Yes, Sanjay Oriya, you're saying even the photos of Krishna are all based on the imagination of the painter.
Absolutely, yes.
See, for example, like Ras Leela, Krishna did when he was what age? He was a small baby. We all see Krishna portrayed in Rasa Leela as a young man. He was a baby, 7-year-old, 8-year-old kid. So,
just if we read our Puranas, if we have the right knowledge, and of course, if you have a guru, only a guru can give you the right perspective. Until then, all of us, it is it is prone to get, this constant misconceptions, because the moment the Guru Shishya Sampradaya was, removed, then we lost the whole science of it. And also, Arjun Ravishankaraya, I saw your other question. See, the moment, it is very fortunate that you had a guru and you did not get into any relationships till you were 22. You need to know that's the best thing. Swamiji, the way Swamiji brings us all up in Gurukul, at the age of 21, after completing 21 fully, Swamiji will give a choice. Do you want to continue the Grahastha life or do you want to take sannyas? Based on what each kid chooses, their future is designed. See, that gives us so much of completion, because by the time you're 21, you're stable and settled. You know what your ups and downs are, you know about yourself, and you're ready to face the world. That is what is important, and that is what the completion with gender identification gives us. Now, all of us are going to be doing this exact same process. We are going to be understanding about what is gender identification. Like Swamiji revealed, there are 4 components of gender in us. The physical level, what gender you're comfortable with. In physiological level, what gender you're comfortable with. In psychological level, what gender you're comfortable with. In self-conscious level, what gender you're comfortable with. We are going to be writing that down now.
Listen to this very carefully. We are going to do a very important exercise. This is going to be a 2-step exercise. We are going to be first understanding about the gender identity that you carry. Make a list of all your cognitions in each of the 4 levels. How do you cognize you? What are your ideas, the judgment that you have about one, your physical body? Don't try to conclude you're this gender, that gender. Whatever cognitions you have, you feel that you're a male, you feel that you're a female, you can write that. And you have certain judgments about you. Like, for example, oh, my body is not really looking very feminine. I'm just giving an example. So if you have that as a cognition, write that. Or you feel that you look very pretty, write that. The cognitions you carry about one, in your physical body. Second, in your physiology. Physiology means how do you feel about you physiologically, like your voice, or the kind of feeling that you carry inside you about you, your hormones, your the attraction that you feel, whether with your gender or your opposite gender. All these things comes under physiology. Physical body means your physical structure. Second, physiology, more like your voice and how you feel about you, how you cognize you, and how you are attracted to either your gender or your opposite gender. Third is your psychology. Psychology means certain cognitions. Like, for example, oh, I'm a girl, I'm very weak, or I'm a boy, I can't show my emotions out. Like this, what are the cognitions and conclusions you're carrying in your psychology? Fourth, conscious will. Deep inside of you, out of your conscious will, what are the parts of you that you have suppressed inside of you? For example, deeply you want to express yourself dancing, but you feel that you are a boy, so you can't express yourself. You're a male, so you feel that you should not be expressive. So that part you have suppressed inside of you. And out of your conscious will, how powerful do you want to be? What is the cognition exactly you carry? All of these comes under your conscious will. You're going to write that first. Second, depend on all your ideas you received from society about sex and sexuality. Both the ideas about expression and suppression of it. Start from your childhood and just write all of these cognitions that you're carrying inside. Are all of us understanding? Spend a few minutes. Please sit and write this down. Nithyananda, hope all of you were able to write it. Oh, what is the difference between physical body and physiological? See, physical body means your physical structure. For example, okay, how is your body looking like? Or sometimes you don't like how your face looks like, or any physical features. All that comes under your body. Physical. Physiological is like your voice, where it is there, but it is not like a gross visible thing for you, or how the effect of your hormones upon you, or the attraction that you have, whether towards your own gender or the opposite gender, both internal and external. Both of these will come under physiology. Clear, Aya? So I just noticed your question. Anyone else has this doubt? Okay, Xiang and Zhao was asking, dear teacher, may I ask a question about the rules? Oh, okay. I think that was answered already. Any other question? If any of you have asked, please let us know. If any of you have any questions, please post it here. Just post it clearly as question and put it here.